It's now going live. Okay.
Right. The way this session will run is we'll have the first stage with general introductions and so on, and then we'll have a preliminary procedural issue as to whether this meeting will be held in public, which is the default position, unless there are representations and we are persuaded that it possibly should be held in private. The second stage is to make findings of fact. We will then determine those findings of fact. We then go on to the third stage, which is deciding whether the member has failed to comply with the code. Again, the committee will retire and consider that. And the fourth stage is what sanctions might be imposed if it comes to that. So we haven't had any apologies. Any declarations of interest from members? No. All right, so now back to Clive to explain the position as to whether the matter should be held in public or in private.
Thank you, Chair. But before we start the meeting, can I apologise to anybody who's waiting at home to view this hearing? We had a few technical glitches before we start the meeting, and hence we were 10 minutes late starting. So apologies for that. Chair, it would also be good, I think, if we had a series of introductions. And so can I ask you to introduce members of the panel, please, or introduce themselves?
Yeah, I think it's best if you introduce themselves. I'm Stephen Hayes, and I'm the chair of the Standards Committee. If I pass you on to my screen anyway. Kath? Oh, so you're Kath, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm County Councillor Kath Roberts-Jones. I'm the County Council representation on this standards hearing.
Chris?
Chris Mulholland, I'm a lay member of the Standards Committee.
Thank you. Joy?
Joy Shearer, retired County Councillor, and I'm now representing Montgomeryshire on the Standards Committee.
Thank you. Jackie?
Hello, I'm Jackie Evans, and I'm an independent member of the Standards Committee.
Thank you. Hugh?
I'm Community Councillor Hugh Patrick, and I represent Breckenshire on the Standards Committee.
Thank you. Margaret? You'll have to unmute, Margaret.
I'm Margaret Morris. I was a former county councillor and I represent Radnorshire on this committee.
Claire?
Good morning, I'm Claire Moore, independent member of the Standards Committee.
Right, so that's the committee. Obviously, the other people here are the witnesses. Lee McAndrew from the Ombudsman and Sinead Cook also from the Ombudsman.
Sorry, Chair, can I also introduce myself? I'm Clive Pinney. I'm the Council's monitoring officer, and my role today is to support and advise the panel in their deliberations today. Thank you.
And there's also on this meeting is Carol Johnson. Carol, do you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair. I'm the committee clerk.
And Wyn.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Wyn Richards. I'm Scrutiny Manager and Head of Democratic Services, providing technical support for the meeting today.
That's excellent. Thank you. Back to you, Clive.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. As the Chair has already indicated, Councillor Johns has not turned up to this meeting. He has not sent any representations for consideration by the meeting. And therefore we have to decide as a committee which or how we proceed forward on this. At your meeting on the 26th of February, members, you will recall that you adopted the procedures set out in Rule 18 of Section 18 of the County Council's Constitution, and in particular, you adopted the procedures set out in Rule 18.4. And therefore, I turn to the issue of lack of representations to start with, and followed by non-attendance at a meeting. So Rule 18.4.11 says, and I quote, if a member fails to make representations, the Standards Committee may, A, unless it is satisfied that there is sufficient reason for such failure, consider the investigation report and make a determination in the member's absence, or B, give the member a further opportunity to make representations. Insofar as non-attendance is concerned, members, Rule 18.4.11 goes on to say, if a party fails to be present or represented at a hearing, the Standards Committee may, if satisfied that the party was duly notified of the hearing and there is no good reason for such absence, A, adjourn the meeting, or B, hear and decide the matter in the party's absence. It goes on, C, and in either case, the standards officer will inform the member of the outcome of the hearing by email or telephone, and will thereafter arrange for the outcome to be notified to the press and the public. So Chair, the first issue which need to be decided is we haven't had written representations or any representations at all from Councillor Johns in this matter. He has been notified of the hearing. We have been in contact with him by email at various stages. At one stage, he did say that he was going to and had appointed a solicitor to represent him at this hearing, and therefore my submission to you is that he has been duly notified. Your decision should be: A, do you want to continue to allow him to give representations, and or do you want to adjourn to allow him to a further attempt to join this meeting? Chair, over to you.
Right. I'd like to hear from members as to what they feel, whether we should continue or whether we should adjourn. Personally, I feel that we should continue. But I would like to hear whether anybody objects to that.
Chair, you have Councillor Cath and Councillor Hugh Patrick put their hands up.
Right, Hugh, I think you're next in line.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Well, Councillor Johns has had plenty of notice, and the presumption is that I feel that we should go ahead because he's had plenty of notice, and there's no evidence being put forward as to why it should be adjourned or any delay in him preparing any further evidence that he wishes to bring. So really, I think we should go ahead because everybody's been aware of how long this has taken.
Thank you, Hugh. Kath?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wonder, I agree that we should go ahead, but I just wonder if we ought to telephone him to see if there is an issue. I don't know whether that's appropriate or not. Clive, you might be able to advise.
If members of this committee as a whole decide that we should make the phone call, we can adjourn and make the phone call. That would delay the meeting, but this is a matter which is entirely in your hands. It has to be a decision of members collectively, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I do, but I just think it's given him every single chance then to attend the meeting. And if he doesn't, then I think we should go ahead. That's my feeling. Thank you.
Right. Can I have some more views on Kath Roberts-Jones' proposal? Joy.
Yes, I totally agree with that. We don't want any comeback saying that there was a technical fault and he couldn't join us. So I think the telephone call would be a good idea.
Any other? Yeah, Chris?
I'd like to support Hugh's view that we actually proceed. I believe that he's had sufficient time in which to make representations to us.
All right, so we've got 2 and 2 at the moment. Jackie? You're on mute.
My view is that due to the fact that Nick Johns has made no representations, and to our knowledge, there's no good reason for him not to attend. I think we should hold the hearing in his absence.
Claire?
Yes, I agree with my colleagues. I think we should hold the hearing in his absence. I believe he's had enough time to make representation.
I would tend to agree, particularly as he knows that the meeting is taking place. He must have got various phone numbers, etc. So if there was a problem, he should be able to advise us. So at the moment, we've got something like 6-2, so 4-2 in favour of continuing. Have I missed anybody? Margaret? Go on mute, Margaret. Wynne, can you unmute Margaret? Right. We can hear you now, Margaret.
I am in favour of continuing as you suggested.
That's fine. I think that's a majority in favour of continuing.
Yeah, continuing without the telephone call or continuing after the telephone call. That's I need to clarify.
Yeah. Continue without the telephone call.
Without.
Yes.
Thank you, members.
I go along with that.
I'm happy. It was just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, very valid one as well. Yeah.
Thank you, members. So the next issue which we have to decide as a committee is whether or not the hearing should be in public or in private. The Constitution, which, as I said, which has been adopted, Rule 8.4.10 of that Constitution says as follows: the hearing will be held in public unless the Standards Committee is persuaded that there is good reason to exclude the public. And indeed, that is replicated in guidance issued by the Public Service Ombudsman for Wales. He issued revised Code of Guidance and Code of Conduct only last week or the week before, and at paragraph 1.8 on page 1.28 on page 15 of that document, in essence, he says there's a presumption to continue in public unless there is good reason not to do so. So that's what the Constitution and the advice from the Public Service Ombudsman of Wales is in their guidance on the Code of Conduct. Members, your decision, Chair.
Right. Have we had any representation on that issue from Councillor Johns or his legal representative?
Chair, we've had no representations whatsoever.
In that case, then the public interest has to be applied. And as I see it.
Sorry, Chair, you were breaking up because you weren't facing your mic. Sorry.
In that case, if there's no representations, then the view must be that it continues in public. Does anyone disagree?
Agreed.
No, everybody seems to be nodding, so I think that goes ahead in public then.
Thank you ever so much.
So we now go on to the second stage, and that is the making of findings of fact. Right. So the first stage of that is we have, as provided there by the Ombudsman, some undisputed facts. So we don't really need to concern ourselves with those. So then it's the disputed facts. So,
Chair, at this stage, we would normally ask the Ombudsman to present the report, and I think it's going to be Sinead Cook who's going to do so, and Sinead will take members of the committee through the Ombudsman's report. She will set out what the admitted facts are and the disputed facts, and set out the evidence. So over to you, Sinead. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us today. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thanks for inviting us to attend to present the report to you. As Mr. Pinney's already said, my name is Sinead Cook. I'm an Assistant Investigation Manager for the Ombudsman. He's asked me to present the report to you today. My colleague Liam Candrew is the Investigation Officer. He's also joining us. I'm sure you've all had the opportunity to familiarise yourself with the report and the statements of the witnesses. So I'm going to summarise the report for you and just relay the disputed facts. The investigation, the complaint was that Councillor Johns behaved inappropriately at a meeting held to discuss community support arrangements because of the pandemic on the 18th of March 2020. The investigation found that during the course of the meeting, a discussion became somewhat heated when Councillor Johns was challenged about an email he sent and comments he had made about who was in the best position to support the community based on how long they had lived in the area. Numerous witnesses have indicated that Councillor Johns became very aggressive, used violent and foul language accompanied by threatening gestures, and that he returned to the meeting after leaving to issue further verbally aggressive comments, including a number of expletives, which I won't repeat for you. The details of them are contained within the report. It's also alleged that he made some threatening gestures. He then left the meeting for a second time, and he was followed out of the meeting by Reverend Dare and Mrs. Hardwick. Reverend Dare said that he did this to calm Councillor Johns down, but that Councillor Johns then levelled a further offensive comment directly at Mrs. Hardwick, and that is confirmed in her statement. It's agreed by all parties that Councillor Johns was representing the council at the meeting and that he directed rude and abusive language towards the chair of the meeting. Indeed, Councillor Johns has accepted a caution from the police because of his behaviour at the meeting. The disputed facts, which were addressed in the report, were as follows: that Councillor Johns used further rude and abusive language after he swore at the chair, and that he showed aggressive bullying and or harassing behaviour towards Mrs. Hardwick and other attendees. The disputed facts have been addressed in the report, and the Ombudsman's findings are in the report, which I know that you're all familiar with. Councillor Johns did not indicate, as required by the Standards Committee procedure, whether he intended to dispute the report or what it was that he disagreed with, and he didn't make any written representations despite being given the opportunity to do so by the monitoring officer. I would also note that Councillor Johns did not take the opportunity to comment on a draft of the report, despite being given the opportunity to do so by the Ombudsman, and we're not aware of any extenuating circumstances which would justify a delay in him raising any concerns or any disagreement with the findings within the report, particularly in the light of the fact that he has said all along that he has had legal representation. Whilst the Ombudsman asked for 3 witnesses to be present today, their evidence was relevant to the disputed facts as set out in the report, and they're a proportionate sample of the witnesses. And obviously the other witness statements should be considered in conjunction with the evidence presented from them, as the comments are similar. However, I don't intend to call the witnesses if there is no disagreement with the report, and would say that their statements would stand as they are, unless you consider that you wish to ask any questions of the witnesses, in which case then I'd be happy if they want to come back, I can ask them some questions to frame the what happened at the meeting.
Right, thank you very much for that, Sinead. It's now the opportunity for the committee to ask Sinead any questions they may have. Nobody, any questions? Oh, Hugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. I mean, I would feel that the amount of the witness, the number of witnesses would tend to indicate that Councillor Johns did make further abusive remarks and was aggressive. But my really question is, how much does the caution actually affect this? Because if he's accepted a caution, which is, it goes on record, the abusive or insulting words, etc., that's an admission to some point, is it not? And how does that equate with his denial otherwise?
I think it's as Clive explained earlier, that is only one matter. We've got to decide if it was more than one. i.e. if it was a conduct that continued.
My understanding is that Councillor Johns has said that he only accepted the caution in respect of the abusive language that he used towards the chair. However, that's not clear from the evidence that the police provided. The police have provided their account of what happened on the evening, and the caution itself does not reflect that it was only in respect of the abusive language that he made towards the chair of the meeting. It talks about generally about threatening, abusive and insulting words and behaviour and disorderly behaviour. So it's his comments were that it was solely on that basis. That is not clear from the caution documentation, which suggests that the police took into account his conduct at the whole meeting, and they interviewed witnesses after the meeting as well.
Thank you. Kath, you were next.
Thank you very much. Just one thing that you said, that he left the meeting for a second time. I thought he'd only left the meeting once. Have I read that wrongly, please?
He was in attendance at the meeting. He had the initial outburst. He then left the meeting, got in his car, drove the car to the door, came back in to the meeting. And the witnesses say that he then shouted some more abusive language, and then he left the meeting again. And it was at that point that Reverend Dare and the other lady followed him out of the meeting.
Okay, sorry, I'd read it wrongly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line is Jackie.
Yes, Sinead, I just wondered, would it have been a normal process for the Ombudsman to speak to the police officer concerned to get more information around the caution, as you've just indicated earlier?
We can speak to the police should we need to. I think it was considered that the detail that was provided to us by the police of the call out and was sufficient to establish what the police had considered in taking their view and then issuing the caution. That is included within the appendices, so that you can see what it was that they considered. There is no further detail within the caution itself. There's no room for that detail. That is all within the incident log. So we considered that that was enough information to establish what the police had considered at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Clive, you've got your hand up.
Chair, thank you. If it assists members, I can draw members' attention to the incident log, which is on page 123 of the bundle. For members of the public who may be listening to this broadcast, please accept our apologies in advance. There may be some language which would not normally be used in a meeting of this nature, but we're simply replicating, if necessary, what was said or allegedly said during the course of the meeting which was taken place and is the subject of this code of conduct meeting this today. So members, page 123. Are you happy to read it, or would you like me to read it out?
Would you mind reading it out, right?
So this is a log which was logged at 13:48 on the 18th of March 2020. The location of the incident was recorded as the Knighton Community Centre, Bowling Green Lane, Knighton. The complainant's log details have been X'd out for confidential matters, and the incident log is as follows. 13:49 and 30 seconds, reports the Mayor of Knighton has entered and attended a meeting to help with coronavirus in the community. 13:49:57, he has turned nasty and told everyone to, I'm sorry, I'm not going to use the word, but F off, and told everyone that they are a bunch of wankers. then goes on to say that the mayor is Nick Johns. He then left and got into his car and then came back into the building and has been verbally abusive again. This is at 13:50 and 36 seconds. And then goes on at 13:51:19 to say he's currently outside his van, which is, and records it was a white transit van. Then over the page, on page 124, another member of the group is trying to calm him down. However, all persons inside of the hall are fearful that he will come back in. And then at 13:52:28 seconds, the caller states that he was very aggressive towards her, and she felt scared and threatened, and as he was shouting and pointing his finger at her. The next entry, he wasn't invited to the meeting and initially had decided the offer, declined the offer, as he insisted that he would only work with the community support and not with a community group. Next entry, he has previously had issues with the management of the community centre. However, this has changed. He appears to bear a grudge against the community centre. There is CCTV, but not known if this has captured anything. Believe that there will be CCTV. However, this needs to be accessed by the library, and the library is currently closed. The next entry, there are several witnesses still at the location. Next entry confirms that the suspect is still outside with the other member of staff. Next one states that he's now getting in his vehicle and driving off towards Station Road. And I think that's the end of it. There are 3 other entries which I don't think are relevant, Chair.
No, that's not.
And then what you will have then is at page 120 of the bundle, you will have the conditional caution, Chair. The conditional caution was signed by Councillor Johns on the 30th of March 2020. It reads, on the 18th of March 2020, at Knighton used threatening, abusive or insulting words or behaviour or disorderly behaviour within the hearing or sight of a person likely to be caused harassment, alarm or distress thereby. Chair, I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, that was very helpful indeed. Thank you very much. Now, according to the procedure, it's now Councillor John's opportunity to ask the Ombudsman, but obviously he's not here, so we'll have to skip that session. And the next, it now comes to the witnesses. Would members of the committee like to hear from any of the witnesses? I think we have a fair amount of information available through the written submissions, but I have 1 or 2 questions that I would like clarification on, probably from each of the witnesses, if I may. So,
would you like me to invite the witnesses and lead them through the,
yes, please.
The accounts? Yep, no
Thank you,
problem at all. Can we invite Reverend Dare first? That's okay.
Oh. Right. Thank you very much, Reverend Dare, for being willing to come forward as a witness. That is much appreciated. Okay, Sinead.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you describe what happened at the meeting, please?
Well, it started, the meeting was called to discuss a community-wide response to what was then the early stages of coronavirus lockdown. I don't know any of the backgrounds as to who had said they would be there or wouldn't be there. I went as a representative. I'm on the management committee of the community centre, and I also went as the representative of Churches Together in Knighton. I'm the minister at the Baptist Church. Councillor Johns turned up. To my memory, I think he was a bit late, so the meeting had already had started, and he was uncomfortable from the start. His body language very strongly suggested he didn't really want to be there. He became abusive, started using bad language fairly early on, left the meeting in.
Can I just stop you there a second? Can I just ask you how close you were to Councillor Johns when he was in the meeting?
I think I was next but one. We were sitting at the corner of the table, and I think there was one person between us, but he pushed his chair back from the table, so he was very visible to me.
Can I, and forgive me for asking you, Reverend, would you mind letting me know exactly what you heard him say?
In that first part of the meeting, I didn't really pay all that much attention. I was more concerned with his sort of general feeling. I don't recall word for word what was being said at that point. I was a lot more concerned with the effect he was having on other people around me. So.
Okay, you said that his body language was uncomfortable. Can you tell me what you mean by that? What he was?
Well, he was pushed back from the table, arms folded, sort of glaring around the table.
Okay, and you said in your interview, you said that when he first left the meeting, you thought to yourself, "Oh, there goes Nick again." What did you mean by that?
Well, he has a bit of a reputation for going off the deep end, and this seemed to me to be another example of that. It's not the easy. Well, yeah.
Okay, so he then returned to the meeting. Can I ask what he said when he came back in?
Well, again, he was. I'm not absolutely word for word clear what he was saying then, but by then he was obviously having a very detrimental effect on others around. He didn't stay for very long. It was almost as though he just came in to, sort of.
You said you can't recall exactly what you heard him say when he was in the meeting. Did he use swear words?
Oh yeah.
So it was clear to you that he did use bad language.
Yeah, he was definitely using bad language, but several F words, various other.
Okay, thank you. Following when he left again, you actually followed him out of the meeting.
I did, yeah.
Can I ask why you did that?
I was concerned for him. He had his van outside, his white van, and I was afraid if he got in and drove off, he'd have an accident. He was very agitated, and I know him vaguely through his work on the council, and I just wanted to take the opportunity as to go out and chat to him and help him to calm down before he drove off.
So did you say anything to him when you approached him outside?
Yeah, we spoke for about 10 minutes. We had a conversation, talking about how he felt about things. He told me that he'd something about his work situation and how he'd personally been affected by the lockdown. We talked about other groups that weren't at the meeting, particularly community support, United Community Support, and how we might work with them. And he told me about another meeting that was being held later on that day. So we were talking about things in general.
Great, thank you. So you left after him, and Miss Hardwick said she followed you. When were you aware that Miss Hardwick was present?
Oh, fairly soon after. Yeah, she came out quite just a few seconds behind me, I think. She was.
And what did Councillor John say to Mrs. Hardwick?
Well, as far as I remember, his exact quote, he turned to her and I said something along the lines of, and you, Ginger, you can F off.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions that I had for you. I'll turn you over to the Standards Committee now to see if they have any questions that they wanted to ask you.
Does anybody have any questions? Right, I have a couple. You said he spoke to Miss Hardwick. How far away was he from her?
Not far, 3-5 meters.
Oh, all right. So not like next to her.
Oh no, it wasn't. They weren't face to face. It wasn't a toe to toe.
And what was the tone and manner of Mr. Johns?
With me,
yeah,
he was, yeah, he was being fairly reasonable. He didn't insult me at all, and you know, I felt that he was actually calming down by the time he did finally leave.
And what was his tone and manner like to Miss Hardwick?
Aggressive. The moment she was there, he obviously did not want her in his sight.
Thank you very much, Reverend. I don't have any more questions. Does any other member of the committee have any questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed for sparing the time and giving evidence to this committee. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, Ms. Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Can we call Mrs. Hardwick, please?
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you for joining us. Can you describe from your perspective what happened at the meeting, please?
Well, we called a meeting to work out how the community could best be served during the pandemic, mindful of quite an ageing community, so how we could best get resources out to them that was needed. So we invited as many local groups as we could. We had representatives from churches, pubs, shops, first responders, councillors, and it was about 40 minutes into the meeting when Mr. Johns was questioned about an email he had sent to one of my colleagues in response to asking would he be attending the meeting. And he had stated that basically insinuated that she is a newcomer to town, and that the town would be best served by the community support office, who he stated is full of locals, which is incorrect. And they have a better knowledge of the area, so they could therefore better serve the town. He was, I believe, questioned as to how long he had personally been in town, because he is not, as he quotes, a local himself. Not that this matters to anybody, if you're local or not. Then he had become immediately volatile. He threw his chair back, standing up, shouting aggressively, pointing his finger at people, shouting that everyone was effing bastards, wankers, among other obscenities. He left the building. I could see him get into his vehicle, and he pulled his vehicle up in front of the building doors. And this is when he came in for a second time. So he came back into the room and again was shouting similar expletives amongst other words. It was all a bit of a blur because he was so volatile. And as he was leaving, Reverend Dare followed him out. My reason for following was because of my concern for Reverend Dare's safety. Mr. Johns was very unhinged, and I was extremely concerned as to what effect this may have on Reverend Dare, whether anything physical may happen. And on getting to the foyer of the building, which is just separate from where we had our meeting, Mr. Johns turned and looked at me and pointed and said, "And you can fuck off." And this is when I called the police. I just felt extremely threatened. I still feel shaken and anxious to this day. Somebody that's representing my town, I just felt really vulnerable.
Thank you for your account. So when you were in the meeting, how close were you to Councillor Johns?
I was on the opposite side of the table. So we had the tables and people spaced out, obviously, because it was the start of the beginning of when we were going into lockdown. So we were wary of people making sure they had space. There was 14 people in the meeting area.
Okay, so but you could hear him clearly?
Yes.
Was his voice raised?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you say anything to Councillor Johns when you followed him out of the meeting, when you went out after Reverend Dare? Did you say anything before he spoke to you?
No, I didn't. When he had his first outburst, I did ask him to please calm down and not use this language, because I was a secretary of the meeting and I just wanted the meeting to continue to try and do what we'd set out to do. But he wasn't listening to anything.
Okay, thank you. You said in your statement that he was gesticulating towards you when he told you when he swore at you. Can you show me what you mean, or what do you mean by that? He was gesticulating towards you.
Well, he was standing outside and he was pointing at me, using his finger and pointing at me as he was saying "F off."
Okay, and how far away from you was he at that point?
Probably about, I don't know, 2 meters, 3 meters away.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you. I'll turn you over to the Standards Committee so they can ask you some questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? No. When I've got one or two. When Mr. Johns first got up and spoke, he said he swore at people. Did you feel it was directed at you personally, or everybody in the room, or how did you feel it went?
Chair, at that time, I felt it was a general, he was directing it at everybody that was present in the room, and he had no regard to whoever.
Right. Would you say it was directed to the 4 people that were sort of in charge of the group, including yourself?
A lot of it, I think, was directed towards us, but there were other people he was looking towards. So he moved his direction of his vision towards various people throughout his tirade of anger.
Right. He then left the meeting and then came in for a second time, and for a second bout. Was that again directed towards you, or generally, or did you feel it was directed towards you?
I still didn't feel it was directed at just me. I felt it was directed at everybody who was present. In particular, he was pointing towards David Alker, who was present, and Michael Harding, who was present. But again, it was happening in such a flurry of, I think by that point, my anxiety levels had risen quite a lot, as along with everyone else, because it was so volatile and it literally erupted instantly.
Right. And did Mr. Johns do anything to the furniture that you noticed?
He threw the chair back. He pushed the chair back behind him so hard that it fell onto the floor. So it fell from an upright position into a down position on the floor.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I wanted. Jackie.
Thank you, Chair. I was interested to hear you say how you feel shaken and anxious thinking about these incidents. Are you able to describe how you felt at the time and since, please?
At the time, I actually broke down in front of the police officer when the police actually arrived. It was terrifying. I really did feel for everybody's safety, my own safety included. Hence why I followed Reverend Dare out, because I was really fearful of what this person who was so unhinged was likely to do or capable of doing. And even now, I still have to continue to work at the centre. Obviously, we're in lockdown, so there's not many people around, so I am constantly almost looking over my shoulder, which I don't want to have a life of having to look over my shoulder all the time. But that's what this situation has led me to feel like.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Margaret? You have to mute yourself. That's it. Thank you.
That's right. And was the witness, you were taking notes? So I take it you had you had a pencil or something in your hand. Did he realize that you were the clerk and that what he was saying could be written down, or was he quite oblivious to those around?
No, at the beginning of the meeting, we actually, when Mr. Johns had arrived, because he did arrive a few minutes later than everybody else, we actually had an introduction section like we've done this morning. So everybody that was around the table introduced themselves, including myself. So I said what my role was at the community centre, but also my role at the meeting was as secretary to be minuting the meeting. So he was fully aware, as was everybody else in the meeting present.
And did he know you?
Yes.
No, he knew who you were and
Yes.
what you were doing.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Margaret. Joy?
Can I ask Louise Hardwick, please, has he ever offered any apology to anyone that he was abusive to?
I haven't received any iota of apology, and I don't believe that anyone else affected has had an apology either.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. That's been very helpful indeed, Miss Hardwick. We do appreciate you putting yourself forward to be a witness. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Cook.
Thank you, Chair. If we can call Reverend Goodband, please.
Hello.
Hi there. Thank you. Thank you for coming today. Can you describe from your perspective, please, what happened at the meeting?
Yes, certainly. I came into the meeting with my husband and we sat, there were three of us. There was the landlady of the Horse and Jockey, and then my husband, and then me. And then a little bit later, Mr. Johns came in and sat down next to us. Immediately there was an atmosphere, but we sort of carried on with what was going on. And then it was just out of nowhere. The chair was pushed back. He stood up and he started shouting and hurling expletives all over the place. He then went out, and I personally was quite relieved he'd gone out, but he came back again, and it was so frightening because he kept bursting back in, more expletives, shouting at everyone. And which I found quite unusual because I'd never met him before. I didn't even know he was the mayor. There was nothing to give away the fact he was the mayor. And then off he went again, and Kevin and Louise followed him out. And then the next thing we knew, the police arrived.
Okay, thank you. So how close were you to Councillor Johns at the meeting?
There was a gap of approximately 1 metre between me and him. I was actually next to him.
So you could hear him quite clearly.
Yes, it was one of those things where when it went off, the sound is a very, very lively acoustic in the community centre. So that made it worse in a way, because it meant that this sound was just going around the whole room of him shouting. And as soon as I first heard the first F word, then I was shocked, because I've been in meetings where people get up and shout because they're cross, but this was different.
You said that there was nothing to indicate that he was the mayor. Councillor Johns has acknowledged that he introduced himself as the representative of the council during the course of the meeting. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, yes. That's the only point at which I found out who he was.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me what his body language was like when he was shouting and making the comments that he was making?
It was very threatening. He seemed to be taller than he actually was from where I was sitting, and it was very threatening. He was leaning towards people as he was shouting. He didn't move towards them, he was just leaning slightly towards them. Yeah, very frightening.
Thank you. I can see that you're quite upset when you're talking about this, and you've indicated that you were very distressed by the situation. Would you give me a little bit more information about the impact that this has had on you, please?
Well, the impact was quite something. I've come through life with various things happening to me and got to a really, really good place. And coming home tonight and as the parish priest was an absolute joy. And then to be involved with everything was brilliant, but this just knocked me sideways. I started again with my bad dreams. I've been worried. I saw Mr. Johns in the co-op one day and I just wanted to leave, but my husband grabbed my hand and said, come on, we're doing our shopping. And last night I was having nightmares all night.
I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you very much for your input. I don't have any further questions, but I will ask the Standards Committee if they have any questions for you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Kath?
Thank you. Can I just ask, how long was Mr. Johns in the meeting before he sounded off, if that's the word I can use?
I would say about 35, 40 minutes.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. You've already asked the questions that I was going to ask, which was the impact on the Reverend. I have no further questions, but I'd like to thank you very much indeed for coming forward as a witness. We do appreciate it, and particularly as it's been quite difficult for you as well. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Unless I don't think we will need the witnesses any further, so they could possibly be released, subject to my legal advice. Clive?
Yeah, witnesses are of course able to be released at this moment in time if members of the committee are happy that they don't need to ask any further questions. But that means they can leave or they could stay within the meeting. It's entirely up to them.
Okay, so I leave it to you. We'll just continue with the meeting, and so if you want to drop out, just drop out. No problem at all. Thank you very much indeed. Now, on the procedure list that Clive Pinnis kindly provided, the next one would be any issues that Councillor Johns has raised, but obviously he's not here. Extra documents. There's been no extra documents from Councillor Johns. So we're now in the position that the committee will retire to consider the situation. Before I say that, can I ask the committee if there are any other last-minute questions of the witnesses or the Ombudsman? No? Okay, so the committee will now retire to the breakout room for discussions in private.
So for members in the meeting and for those at home, the committee will now adjourn to discuss the matter on a private basis. They could call me in as their monitoring officer to give some advice on any issues which they feel is appropriate. And I will go in. If that doesn't happen, I will come back out and tell members of the public here what advice has been given so that everything is in open and transparent. Councillor Margaret, you've been asked to join into a breakout room, please. Can you please accept, please? Councillor Margaret, I can't hear you because you're muted, I'm afraid, so I can't help you.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Claire, you're also here. So
I haven't had the invite.
Oh, right. When?
Got it.
Thank you, Claire. Margaret, have you had your invite yet? There we are. Please bear with us, everyone. Wynne, can you just, if anybody, for the purposes of public at home, could you please put a message on the screen saying that we've adjourned for private deliberations? Is that possible?
Will do.
Hi, Stefan. We can't hear you, Stefan. If you're talking, you're on mute.
Right, sorry, I forgot about that. Yes, we've had a good discussion, and perhaps if you wouldn't mind joining us so that we can formulate the reasons.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll join you now.
Thank you. Win.
Stefan, click on breakout rooms and you should be able to rejoin. Breakout rooms icon on the bottom right.
Hold on, let me just maximize. Oh, sorry, yes, I've forgotten which way. Yeah.
That's it.
Welcome back, Stefan. You're muted at this moment in time. Stefan, you're still muted. There we are.
Sorry, I was pressing on the unmute thing and it wasn't working. Right. Yes, we're ready now for the next stage.
When in the circumstances, can you please bring all the members back from the breakout room? Please, thank you very much.
Members will be back in about 50 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Wyn, for bringing everybody back. I think everybody's back now in the meeting. Over to you, Chair. Can I just explain before you do that, Chair, that the process is that members will have deliberated on their findings of fact, and you'll now tell members tell the meeting what your findings of fact have been, and then you'll go on to ask the Ombudsman's officer to comment as to whether or not she thinks there's been a breach of the code of conduct based upon those findings of fact and the admitted matters which have already not in dispute. So thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. We have considered the disputed facts as referred to by the Ombudsman, namely 1. Did Councillor John use further rude and abusive language? We find that based on submissions of witness statements and the live evidence of witnesses, Reverend Dare, Reverend Goodband and Miss Hardwick, that Councillor Johns used offensive, rude and abusive language on 2 occasions to an open public meeting and to Mrs. Hardwick directly when he told her to F off and called her ginger. Words include, but are not limited to, effing wankers. That was referred to by witnesses Hardwick, Olker, Dr. Goodband and Harding. Effing bastards. That was also referred to by witnesses Olker, England and Williams. Effing Nazis was referred to by Dr. Goodman and Harding. Number 2, sorry, we accept that evidence. Number 2, did Councillor John show aggressive, bullying and or harassing behaviour towards Mrs. Hardwick and others? We have heard evidence that Mr. Johns had an aggressive manner, e.g. standing up and knocking a chair to the ground. Witnesses also report Mr. Johns to be shouting and swearing at the public meeting. He did this twice. On the first occasion during the meeting, he then left for a short time and came in again, shouting and swearing at the meeting. As an example of the swear words used, these were listed above. We also note the effect on 2 of the witnesses. Witness Mrs. Hardwick reported longer term effects of being anxious and afraid and of looking over her shoulder. Witness Reverend Goodband also reported longer term effects, said she was having nightmares after the incident. Also, she felt intimidated whenever she saw him. And we accept that evidence.
Thank you, Chair. In the circumstances, I'm bearing in mind the the facts which Councillor Johns has admitted, can we ask the Ombudsman Officer to give representations and whether or not she thinks that those findings of fact amount to a breach of the Code of Conduct?
Thank you, Mr. Pinney, thank you. Although there are differing accounts from witnesses as to the specific offensive language used by Councillor Johns, on balance, the Standards Committee considered there was sufficient evidence to suggest that Councillor Johns used disrespectful and offensive language above and beyond the comment which he admitted saying to the chair. Councillor Johns' behaviour was outrageous and unexpected. Although Councillor Johns' comments may initially have been made in the heat of the moment, he left the meeting and had no reason to return and repeat the behaviour. His attack on Ms Hardwick outside of the meeting was also unprovoked. Councillor Johns claimed that he accepted a caution from the police in respect solely of the offensive term that he levelled at the chair, that he did not behave aggressively and he only returned to the meeting to make a comment and he did not verbally abuse Mrs Hardwick. Councillor Johns also indicated that he did not have any issue with the group or Mrs Hardwick. His account lacks credibility and is simply not supported by the witness evidence. Councillor Johns did not give any compelling reason why the 11 witnesses might have fabricated the evidence. Councillor Johns acknowledged during his interview that he considered there clearly was a breach of the code. And while the finding on that matter is, of course, for the Standards Committee, the Ombudsman is of the view that the outrageous and offensive language used by Councillor Johns is suggestive of a breach of paragraph 4B of the Code of Conduct. The language used towards the chair was bullying language, and although the explosive nature of the outburst made it unclear who the comment was directed at, it was clear that his actions had an impact on all of those present. The Ombudsman also found that the behaviour towards Mrs Hardwick, which was unprovoked, was bullying, and both actions are suggestive of a breach of paragraph 4C of the Code of Conduct. Given Councillor Johns' role as mayor, and the purpose of the meeting, which was to bring local people together to discuss how best to assist the Knighton community in dealing with the coronavirus outbreak, his behaviour was particularly shocking. I'm of the view that Councillor Johns' behaviour could have a negative impact on the reputation of the council he was representing and of the office of member which he holds. I therefore consider that Councillor Johns' behaviour is suggestive of a breach of paragraph 6(1)(a) of the Code of Conduct. Such was the distress caused by Councillor Johns that the police were called. Although Councillor Johns had left the scene, he subsequently pled guilty to a public order offence which specifies that he used threatening, abusive or insulting words or behaviour or disorderly conduct within the sight or hearing of a person likely to be caused harassment, alarm or distress. In accepting this caution, it is reasonable to conclude that the behaviour he has accepted would also be suggested of a breach of paragraphs 4B, 4C and 6(1)(a) of the Code. I would note that the Ombudsman has considered carefully the member's right to freedom of expression. It is a right which applies to all information ideas, not just those which are found favourable. However, it's a right which may be restricted in certain circumstances, for example, for the protection of the rights and interests of others. The right to freedom of expression has enhanced protection when comments which are made are political in nature, be they about opposing political opinions or matters which relate to the running of a council or other local government structures. I've not seen any evidence to suggest that the comments made by Councillor Johns were political in nature. Indeed, the comments were considered so egregious that Dyfed-Powys Police deemed that Councillor Johns' right to freedom of expression should be restricted for the protection of others, and they issued with him with a conditional caution, which he accepted. I do not consider the comments that he made were acceptable political discourse, and that his behaviour was suggestive of a breach of the Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Cook. Now, does anybody from the committee wish to ask Ms Cook any questions regarding that? Any clarification? No? Thank you very much indeed, Ms Cook, for your observations.
Thank you.
So it's now up to us to retire again and come to a decision as to whether he has breached the code.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, if you wish me to come and give advice to you and your colleagues, please do so. I'll remain in this meeting for the time being, but I'm happy to come in at your invitation.
Thank you very much, Ms Pinney. Right, if we could be transferred over, Win.
Wynne, your email is on the screen. Thank you. Wayne, we can still see you doing something, by the way.
Okay, let me change it back then to the other one to see if that helps.
Welcome back, Chair. Chair, you're still muted.
That's it. Right. The committee is almost towards the end. We still need a little bit more time for deliberation. So as we're so close to lunch, we thought it'd be worthwhile letting you know that it probably best to reassemble after lunch. So you're all free to leave now until 2 o'clock. And hopefully we should be ready then to announce our decision.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just remind everybody on the call that please don't leave the meeting. We can't, the meeting is going to continue to stream live because we can't shut it off. So please don't leave the meeting, but turn your cameras off and please turn your microphones off because we don't want to hear what you're saying over your lunch. Thank you very much. Are you having difficulty getting back into the meeting, Chair? You're muted. Welcome back, everybody. The committee hasn't come back out of its breakout room yet, so as soon as it does, you'll see the chair of the committee come back on screen. So welcome back. Thank you for staying with us.
I'm having trouble turning my camera on. I keep getting the message saying that the host has stopped it. Can you?
Wyn, did you hear Reverend Dare say that we'd stopped his camera? Could you?
I did because I could see you on screen, and I wanted to just make it private for you, so I shut it down for you. But I'll undo it now for you.
Right.
Thank you, Wyn.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Right. I think we've come to the end of our deliberations, but we just want to check 1 or 2 points with you if we may, Clive.
Okay, I'll come into the breakout room. Thank you very much. I'll be with you now. Thank you. Oh, there's Councillor, the Chair, Stephen Hayes. Stephen, do you want to bring the panel back, do you?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
When can you do that, please? Bear with us, as we showed on the last occasion, it takes 60 seconds to bring the whole panel back in one go, so please bear with us. With the exception of Hugh, Hugh's back. I don't know how you manage. There we are, Chair. I think we're all back now.
Yeah, I think that's it. Right. So we've got to the third stage of the meeting where the committee is deciding whether the member has failed to comply with the code of conduct. In his interview with the Ombudsman, Councillor Johns at page 151 of the bundle stated, well, clearly there was a breach. I did it, so there we are. Acknowledging his admission there, we've looked at each one of the three codes and considered them. So first of all, 4B, which is a failure to show respect and consideration. We find that Councillor Johns used outrageous and offensive language, which was shouted at a public meeting, some of which was addressed to individuals. 4C, which is not to use bullying behaviour or harassing a person. We found that Mr. Johns has admitted, through a police caution, to calling Mr. Grierson an effing wanker, which could be considered bullying. We also found that Mr. Johns told Miss Hardwick to F off, as reported by 2 witnesses. Also, she, with others, had been recipients of his invective on 2 occasions in the meeting room. We also found that 2 witnesses who gave verbal evidence continue to feel fearful. We consider that this clearly demonstrates bullying and harassing behaviour. 6.1a, not to conduct himself in a manner which could reasonably be regarded as bringing his office or authority into disrepute. We found that Councillor Johns introduced himself to the meeting as chair of Knighton Town Council and was there on behalf of the council. Given this introduction, attendees at the meeting would consider him to be representing the council and not there as a private individual. This was at a public meeting seeking cooperation of various groups to assist in responding to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. We found that Councillor Johns has breached this code as well. So that concludes that stage. We're now onto the 4th stage, and we invite the Ombudsman and obviously Councillor Johns, but he's not here, to make any representations about any sanctions that may be imposed. Ms. Cook?
Thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to comment on sanction. I recognise that, of course, any decision on sanction is a matter for the Standards Committee to decide. Previous cases of failing to show respect and consideration, bullying and harassing behaviour, and bringing the council into disrepute can be found in the Ombudsman's casebook and have led to suspensions. But I have not been able to find an example of similar behaviour of such outrageous behaviour, and particularly not of a mayor of a council. Thankfully, those are rare. We've drawn your attention to the Adjudication Panel for Wales guidance on sanction to assist you with your deliberations. It's the Ombudsman's view that the breach of the code of conduct was serious. It was so serious that the police considered it appropriate to charge Councillor Johns with a public order offence, for which he accepted guilt and received a conditional caution. I note that in mitigation, this took place at a single event, although Councillor Johns returned to the meeting and repeated the behaviour, both at the meeting again and outside. However, the aggravating factors are significant in that his behaviour when representing the community council as a member, and indeed as mayor of the council at the time of the events, had a significant impact on the witnesses and the relationship between the council and community groups. We've heard from both Reverend Goodband and Ms Hardwick that the behaviour was so shocking it continues to impact them to this day. The member has shown no remorse or recognition for his behaviour, suggesting that his actions had been exaggerated by the multiple witnesses without any compelling reason why the witnesses might have fabricated such evidence. He also has been dishonest about his role in the events during the course of the investigation. I note the member has not apologised to those involved for his outburst or the impact it had on those present. Further, the member failed to make any representations or indeed attend the hearing, which might have afforded him an opportunity to show that he had reflected on the matter and that he was remorseful. This suggests a lack of insight into his actions and a failure to cooperate with the Standards Committee process. Paragraph 36 of the sanctions guidance indicates that the matters the panel considers to weight in seriousness, including a breach resulting in significant negative reputational damage to the office. Given that this incident took place in a public meeting of community groups brought together to address a public health concern and to benefit the wider community, and that it resulted in the member being charged with a public order offence, I would consider that the reputational damage to the office and the authority he was representing is significant. The Standards Committee has also accepted a breach of paragraph 4C of the code. The panel notes in its guidance that a breach relating to bullying or harassing behaviour would be considered serious. The impact on those present cannot be ignored, and Councillor John's decision to return to the room and continue shouting showed that he was not in control of his behaviour and that this was intimidating to those present. It's noted that the maximum sanction which the Standards Committee can impose is a suspension of up to 6 months, and that the seriousness of the breaches found, the lack of insight into the misconduct or apology to those involved would warrant the most serious of sanctions. Further to my earlier comments regarding freedom of expression, given that the comments were not, in the Ombudsman's view, political expression and the language was so egregious, I would also take the view that any sanction would be appropriate and would not be a disproportionate interference with his Article 10 rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Cook. That has been most helpful. Does any member of the committee wish to ask Ms Cook for any clarifications? No? Okay.
Yes, please. Yes, please. My hand is up.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay.
Stefan, sorry to Ms Cook. You did mention earlier in your statement that it was a community council. It isn't, it's a town council that he is. Please, just to amend your record.
Apologies.
That's all right. Only there's quite a distinct difference between town and community, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kath. Any others? No. In that case, sorry, Clive.
Chair, can I just draw the attention of the panel to the Adjudication Panel for Wales guidance. This starts on page 158 of the bundle, but the appropriate parts of it start really at page 167 and go on until 173. So that's the pages I think members should be looking at.
Thank you very much for that, Clive. All right, so Wynne, if you could transfer all the members to the breakout room, that's great. And Clive, if you could join us in a moment or so.
For those on the meeting, I'm told there will be literally a couple of minutes. Oh, there we are. Stefan, you're muted again. Would you like me to ask Wyn to bring back the members?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wyn. Once again, can I remind members that it takes about 60 seconds for the people to be brought back into the meeting, so please bear with us.
Is that all of us now? Yes. I think that's all of us, isn't it, Wyn?
Yes, Chair.
We have given very careful consideration as to the appropriateness of a sanction, and we consider a sanction is appropriate. We would not expect this behaviour of any town councillor. It is an aggravating factor that he is the mayor who has both experience, seniority and responsibility. We have taken the following into account. That Councillor Johns did not attend the hearing or send a representative. So we did not hear any mitigation or representations. The Ombudsman considered this to be a very serious breach of 3 parts of the Code of Conduct. We also assess that this is a very serious breach. This includes the nature and extent of the breaches, the consequences of the breach on individuals, and there have been a number of aggravating factors. Using the Public Service Ombudsman's Guide, we find the following. Number 2, seeking to unfairly blame others for the member's own actions. Number 6, repeated and or numerous breaches of the code, including persisting with a pattern of behaviour that involves repeatedly failing to abide by the code. Number 8, lack of understanding or acceptance of the misconduct and any consequences. Number 12, the expression of views which are not worthy of respect in a democratic society, are incompatible with human dignity and conflict with the fundamental rights of others. Number 14, refusal to accept the facts despite clear evidence to the contrary. So I think I missed that, number 8. The lack of understanding or acceptance of the misconduct and any consequences. 14, refusal to accept the facts despite clear evidence to the contrary. 15, actions that has or have brought the relevant authority and or public service into disrepute. And continuing to deny the facts despite clear evidence to the contrary. It is our unanimous decision that we suspend Councillor Johns for a period of 6 months with immediate effect.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Can I just correct one thing you said? You referred to the Public Service Ombudsman for Wales guidance. The aggravating factors which you recorded, Chair, are actually in the adjudication for Panel Wales guidance. I thought I'd just correct that for the record.
Thank you very much. Right, thank you, everybody. That concludes the meeting.
Thank you. We will put a record of the outcome on the notice board for Powys County Council and on the website as quickly as possible. And as Councillor Johns is not participating in this meeting, the first thing that I will do upon meeting this conclusion is to attempt to telephone him with the outcome. So I will do that immediately.
Could I ask a quick question? Sorry to interject.
Yes, please do, yes.
Myself and Reverend Goodband are obviously both concerned because of the nature of what's happened. We're worried now about repercussions afterwards. Is there anything that we could do to put in place, any actions that we could take to put in place to ensure that we are safe?
That I think really is probably a matter, if you do have concerns about that, is to contact the police.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, and also if Mr. Hardwick and Reverend Goodband will wish to speak to me outside of the meeting, I can certainly advise in that regard as well. But it's not appropriate to have this conversation in this meeting, if you don't mind. This will be recorded and publicly given. Thank you all very much, and thank you for participating. Thank you very much for participation by the Ombudsman. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Sinead. And again, thank you for the witnesses coming forward. Members, thank you all very much. Can I ask that we close the live section, Wynne, please? Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thanks.
There we are.
So is that the live session closed now, Wynne?
Wynne, we still got a live bit on the top left.
I've asked Carol to stop the recording.